Konnichiwa. Irashai. Ore wa Yamashita Marko desu. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Man, I was just looking and realizing just how long or how many days it's been since my last stream. And I was actually kind of nervous getting ready for everything today. I have no idea why, but at the same time, I am glad to be here and be in front of you guys once again, so we can talk about things that really need to be talked about. Thank you guys. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm just kind of talking just a little bit while people filter in. I know that I set my tweet to not send at the right time, so of course I have been extremely scuffed all day. I was like, I am not going to be scuffed when I start. And sure as hell, I am starting off scuffed. Alright, now it went out. Okay. Haha. Alright, so how's everyone been? How's everyone been? I know a lot of us have chatted through Twitter and some of us with Discord with DMs and everything like that. But overall, I haven't had a chance to really speak with everyone on a more, a more casual level like this. Just kind of in a casual setting. Yeah, Wire. Last one was Wire. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. I was a little ill, so I'm just getting over the stomach flu that I picked up when I was at the hospital getting checked to see if I had any lingering effects from COVID. Go figure. So, but I'm gonna get started. Just I'm just gonna kind of start talking just a little bit. Is Discord up? No, Discord will be up this weekend. We are going to talk about Discord and everything tomorrow. I have a live stream set up for tomorrow where we're going to talk about the channel in more detail. And we can talk about how things are going to progress going forward, how things are going to hopefully evolve as Miki and Nico hopefully start settling down a little bit into her her new environments. That's kind of a knock on wood, God willing. I know that she still has a lot of turmoil going on in her life. However, as a channel itself, I don't want to be focusing totally on her and nothing but her. Even though she is a fascinating person to talk about. And the reason for that is because the original intention of my channel was a lot different than what it has been for the last 6 weeks. And we will talk about all that tomorrow. So, but just to kind of open up things real quickly, I've seen a lot of people send me comments personally, and they say, well, I don't have 5 hours for you to get to all your points. So what are your points? That kind of thing. So for those of you who want a TLDR and a bullet point presentation, here you go. why I think covercore failed Rushia and the industry. Number one, because they have an idol culture mentality when they're not a true idol group or agency. Number two, poor working conditions, and that has a lot to expand upon. So people who think, well, no, they don't have poor work conditions, I beg to differ. So and you'll have to stick around for us to really talk about that, because you can't bullet point that in in less than a minute. Number three, poor management. Again, that's not something you can talk about in less than 5 minutes. So unfortunately, I hate to break it to everyone out there, Yago is not best girl, okay? Not by a long shot. And I hate to break that bubble to you, and I know I'm shattering a lot of a lot more illusions out there, but he's not best girl. Okay, I'm sorry, but he's not. And number four, exactly, and that's one of the strongest points. Number four, poor planning, very poor planning. And again, we'll have to get to that. So once we get to that, then we'll, it takes more than 5 minutes to talk about. Sorry, if you want to stick around and see it, that's fine. If you want to dismiss it and say he doesn't know what he's talking about, that's fine too. That's your choice. But this is what we're talking about, okay? And I don't expect this to be a 5-hour presentation, but it certainly can expand out to that depending on how the interaction back and forth between people. Just to bear in mind, guys, that this is not something that can be covered in less than an hour. Sorry, it just does not work that way. So hang tight real quick here. I got to do one thing here because I am dropping packets like crazy, and I know why. Hola. Thank you guys for coming. Yes, stomach flu was terrible. It was just awful, and it was a very. A few people sent me DMs, and we were kind of talking back and forth. And I'm like, look, I can't get into anything serious because I am just I'm hurting bad. And I didn't sleep all yesterday night, and I ended up sleeping a few hours during the day because the stomach flu was just that bad. I was I couldn't even hold anything down. It was that bad. So, but before we get started, I have to throw up a bit of a disclaimer to people that are coming in, because now that I made the statement that Yago is not best girl, people are automatically going to say, oh yeah, Marko he's a Hololive hater. He hates Hololive. He's an anti. He's a hater. He's just sitting here to talk shit about Hololive. Okay, let me make one point abundantly clear to anybody out there, okay, that has that thought in your brain right now, or you're thinking, Marko, let's not go here, okay? You're bringing up some very valid points, but you're dancing a very bad, a very messy line here, okay? I love Hololive to death, okay? Literally to death. And I don't have any shame saying that. And I have a perfectly legitimate reason why I do love Hololive as much as I do. Okay, and some of you guys know about this. You guys were around when I told the story, over a month ago. But for those of you that haven't, that are in the audience, and those of you, that end up, coming in later or watching the VOD, looking for things to slam me on. Let me explain why, I love Hololive. Actually, I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do one better. I'm gonna let Maury explain why I love Hololive. Okay?
Hi, Callie, please see this. I live with a back injury that left me in constant pain, and I don't get to experience much in life now. I wanted to end everything recently. You changed that with your words and your EP. Thank you. I won't give up.
Let me know if you can't
I
hear
hope
it,
the
by the
super
way.
chat is enough for saving my life. Thank you so much for the sweet message. I'm so glad to hear that. Really, truly. I hope I can continue to make you smile. Me and the others too, you know? That's what we're here for, right? It's kind of ironic because I'm, the Grim Reaper and whatever, but if I can give you some kind of reason to want to keep going on, that honestly kind of feels like more what my life is about, you know? I think that's a better mission for me after all. Thank you so much. Keep on, Keep on. Here's a little blow in the ear. I'm glad you can find something happy, And I'm honored that it's me. And maybe even the others too. That would be really wonderful. There's so many more fun things to do together, Us and all the deadbeats. Fun things to experience. Laughs to be had and whatnot, Take care. Big ups too. Let's see. I can't actually read this name, but they said Dad's stream goes well with alcohol. Thanks.
All right, that's 100% real, guys. Okay, that's not a me being a content creator, fabricating a story, and using another content creator to fabricate a story. Okay, that there are so many people out there that they can't distinguish the fact that VTubers are built differently. Okay, some VTubers they heavily invest in the fantasy of being the character that they are when they're the avatar that is sitting there talking in front of you. And there are others that they drop the, for lack of a better word, they drop the facade, they drop the veil for a few minutes, and they be real. Okay? And then you got people like me. I'm a rare breed. I am always real. 100% of the time, I am always real. And like I was explaining to another person the other day, and I'm gonna get back to the chat here in a second, okay? So don't think I'm ignoring you. Look, every person that is a VTuber invests a part of their life into the character or the persona that they portray in front of you, okay? They put, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, sometimes even more hours into that character. They end up living and breathing that character. Okay, every girl in Hololive, they don't just spend 4 or 5 hours being Roboco or Calliope Mori or Gargura or Amelia Watson, and then after that, they're not Amelia Watson anymore. Okay, they spend 4 or 5 hours in front of you, and then they go and they spend another 2 to 4 hours preparing for their next stream. And then they probably have another 2 3 hours of meetings after that, either through Discord or other means. Pretty soon you got half a day there, right? And then, after that, maybe they get 8 hours of sleep. I highly doubt it. Most of them say that they don't, and I believe them. I mean, I'm a one-man show for myself, doing everything I do by myself, including video recording myself, audio recording, video recording, trying to learn Adobe to edit my own videos, editing my own videos, putting everything together, making sure that I don't have any copyright infringements or any copyright. If I have copyrighted work in my video, I have to be able to justify it before I can actually display it. I have to track down, either public domain or buy my own license, buy license, just so I can use certain pictures or music. There's a lot of stuff that goes into this, and I'm an independent, okay. As in an agency, you got some of that's easier, but then you got all this other stuff that has to go on too. So I don't hate Hololive, okay. Last year, and I promise I'll get to the chat here just in a second. Last year, I literally wanted to end it all. Okay? I wanted to end it all because of, like I said, I had a severe back injury. I lost, and this is where I don't care. And there are particular people out there that if you're listening right now, I'm talking to you. And even if you aren't out there, I'm talking to the rest of you guys too. So, I'm actually talking to all of you. I don't care what you think about Rushia or Miki Nico or anything like that. I don't care what you think about her, because I've been in conversations that with people that they've called her everything from a lying B to a gold digging C. And I got one guy who's calling her a sexist pig. I don't even know where that came from, because everything I've looked at so far, there's nothing in there that's remotely sexist, but I digress. Okay? But my point is, I know what it's like to lose everything that you've worked hard for, okay? I know what it's like. And I bet that 99% of the haters and antis out there do not know what that feels like. And some of them, I've lost a girlfriend, I've lost a relationship. That is nothing compared to what I've been through, okay? Last 5 years, I've lost my job. I've lost my health because of my back. I've lost my mobility because of my back. I lost my girlfriend because of my back and my injury. She thought she literally said, I'm not your caretaker anymore. I'm not your caretaker. I'm like, I thought you loved me. She goes, I did. So what changed? Well, the fact that you have a bad back. Really? That's how shallow your love is? Okay. So, job, career, a career that I had spent over 5 years at, and went to school for. Girlfriend, my income got severely slashed because of that. Oh yeah, and in between that 5 years, and I'm gonna be doxing myself just a little bit, but hey, I've already talked about this, so it's already out there. I've talked about this lots of times, okay? So within that 5 years, my mom called me up on Mother's Day which, is right around the corner. So I'm going to literally be celebrating 6 years this Mother's Day. Where I called my mom up to wish her a happy Mother's Day, and she said, "Thank you. Oh, by the way, I have terminal cancer." And I'm like, "What? What do you mean you got terminal cancer? How did this happen? And how did they miss it for so long?" And there was nothing they can do about it. I lost her like 5 months ago. So, lost my job, lost my career, lost my income, lost my girlfriend, lost my mother. I don't have any other family that is within 1,500 miles of me, okay? I've literally lost everyone and everything that I loved and cared about. All right. So when people ask me why I care about what happened and what's happening to Mickey Nico, I have a slight understanding of what it's like to have it all and then lose it all. All right. Now, you can have your own opinion on whether or not she is quote unquote faking it or acting it or whatever. Okay. You can have your own opinion on that, and you're welcome to have your opinion on that. All right. But the fact of the matter is, when I look at that girl and I look at all the things she said, I look at all the pictures that she has since released of herself since she's been released from Hololive, I see somebody who is struggling with everything that I was feeling a year ago when Maury released her album. And if it wasn't for Maury, I would have done it. I wouldn't be here right now. So when you, and I'm not talking about you specifically in chat, okay? But when you listen to me, and when I'm talking critically about Hololive, I want you to remember that I love Hololive. I love all the talent that is within Hololive because I owe them my life. If it wasn't for Maury releasing her album, if it wasn't for Maury, being who she is, if it wasn't for her saying, I'm honored that I'm the one that you look forward to, and maybe some of the other girls can be that too. If she hadn't said that, I would have never fallen in love with Roboco, with Mel, with Fubuki. I wouldn't have never fallen in love with Rushia. I would have never fallen in love with all the talent that is there, that helped me through all the pain I was going through when I was watching and hearing my mother die in front of me. Okay? So don't come in here and say, you hate Hololive, you're a hater, you're an anti. Okay? I'm speaking out because I am worried and concerned about what is happening with the talent and what's going on behind the scenes. Because we can't afford to have this happening over and over and over again. Right now, the biggest controversy out there right now that the whole Rushia thing is dying down, and they're still hating on her, otherwise, but, that somebody went and mass released, finally figured out who Subaru, what she looks like in real life. That's all over the place. That's the big thing right now that they're talking about. Oh, we found out who Subaru is, what she really looks like. Then they went after Fubuki again recently because, she was playing Elden Ring. And she was told that, with From Software, we can't, we're monetized by them, so you have to turn off super chats. So she turned off super chats, she finished playing, and then she took a 10-15 minute break, and then she started a new stream for After Talk, and then she turned super chats back on, and then the whole freaking anti, hate group said, oh, look, she is monetizing because she's riding off of Elden Ring. So then that became a big thing. And now, they're trying to get From Software to stop monetizing them. I care about what happens with these girls in the industry. Not just because I'm a VTuber myself. I didn't even really expect or have any really big desire to be a full-time VTuber. I just kind of fell into this. But the thing of it is that I do care about these girls. And even if people say, well, that's a parasocial relationship. No, it's not. Okay? Because I don't sit there and say, oh, there's my wife, there's my girlfriend, there's my lover, that's this and that. Yeah, I love them. But you got to really understand what love really is. If you can't understand what love really is, what the word and the meaning of love really is, then you don't have a right to judge somebody when they say that they love somebody. Because until you figure that out and understand that love comes in many different forms, until you figure that part out, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. So, that's my disclaimer. Moving forward, I am going to be critical. I am going to be harsh. I am going to call things out. I'm a straight shooter. I'm going to tell you exactly how I see it. And if I step on feelings, I apologize in advance. But I want chat to tell me, okay? I want you in chat to tell me if you disagree with me, and I say something, and you're like, whoa, 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 whoa. I don't think that's right. Tell me. Because once again, that's what this forum is for, okay? Everyone is entitled to their opinion. You're free to disagree with me. Tell me why you disagree with me. You guys have seen it over and over and over again. When people disagree with me, I give them the floor. I tell them, tell me exactly why you disagree with me. Because I want to hear it. Because if it's a good point, I may need to reassess how I feel. Okay? And that goes for anyone who watches the VOD. Because I've had a lot of good conversations in comments. And I have had some really dumb ones, alright? But use your brain a little bit. That's all I ask. If you're going to come in and try to be, try to one-up me on what I'm saying, use your head a little bit. Maybe think things out a little bit before you talk. Because you don't need, I'm starting to understand why people start ignoring other people because, there's a lot of hot takes and knee-jerk reactions to things. I don't get it. I try to think things through before I type, but that's just me. All right. Streamlabs, you need to stop advertising that because that's over. Okay, so just backtracking just a little bit here. You can have you can like content creators and still disagree with the company agency that manages them. Yeah, exactly. And that's the whole thing. Yeah, thank you for saying that, Healer, because you know what's the one thing you've heard me say over and over and over again recently? You know, support the support the content creator, support the streamer. You know, you don't necessarily, if you disagree with what Hololive is doing, support the streamer. You know, you don't need to support the the company. There's ways of supporting the streamer that directly influence how the streamer gets their monetization versus what cut goes where. And the biggest thing is if they have merch, more money from merch goes to the streamer than it does the Hololive, than super chat. If you do it, if you super chat, Hololive and Cover get a bigger cut out of that than merch. Because like I've talked about before, the talent has to pay for the merch up front, so you're basically helping them recoup their cost. So that's probably one of the biggest things right there is you can help them recoup their cost. I'm just trying to find the module that I can turn off. Where are you? Timer. Turn you off. Off. Thank you. Okay, hopefully that doesn't hurt you. Okay, so yeah, I did mention Discord. Callie is best girl. She is one of my favorites. I don't always agree with her attitude, and I don't always agree with how she handles things, but I do love her to death. If you are a fan, if you are a deadbeat, you can probably expect to see me drop her a super chat or two in the next week or so. So if you see or hear her reading off a super chat from me, from Marko Yamashita, that is me, or likely me. It will be read. It will be read, or it will be like the $50 tier. One of the two, depending on how long the message is I end up sending. So I have had one hell of a past, and one day I will share it all with you guys. Yeah. We'll talk about that in a minute. So let's move on, guys. So the first thing that was on my that was on the my bullet points was the idol culture. Now, look, everyone knows exactly what Yago said. When when he was talking about, it's the meme now.
AKB のようなアイドルグループを作りたかったんですよね。 あれはそうですね、ちょっとAKB のようなアイドルグループを運営してますみたいな感じで言いましたよね。はい、
でも最初のそのイメージから、なんかヤゴさんが多分泣いているぐらいイメージが
And his response to this is
変わっ
very
たんじゃないかなってたくさんの人が言ってますけど、もともと考えてたイメージとは結構違うんじゃないですか、ホロライブの今の状態。
そうですかね。なんかなんか想像してたより面白いグループだなって思ってます。
おー、ですよねですよねなのでがっかりはないですね
そうですね。
Now he didn't deny, that they're not an idol group, but that's the mentality that he and management still have. Okay. Now, I've said this before. It's very hard to justify the fact that they are an idol group when idol groups are literally performing multiple times a day, in concert, in on stage, they're doing, they're doing tours, they're doing, they're doing a lot more than what Hololive is doing right now. Okay. They do a show, maybe like every 4 months, and of course that part of that may be because of COVID, but at the same time, they're not performing on a level of an idol group, but they're trying to operate in that mentality. Okay. And the fact of the matter is that, the accessibility towards these girls is dramatically different than what an idol group really is. And what it has been. That there is tremendously more access to all the women and the hollow stars too than what a typical idol has. Because, an idol group's what happens within an idol group is so heavily regulated because they want to keep that person, say so and pure, and they want to keep them untarnished and everything else like that. And of course, there's controversies that always pop up with them as well. But especially with the bigger ones, they try to keep them so tightly protected within a bubble that what they're trying to portray and what they're trying to do with Hololive is not how AKB is ran, or SKE, or HKT, or any of those other bigger, companies that are out there. And I know they're all under one umbrella for that particular part, but you don't have that bubble that they're operating in. Everything is scripted. Everything is pre-planned. Everything is they go over it. What you can do, what you can't do. They have rules. They have regulations. And as you plainly have seen, Hololive doesn't exactly follow any type of major rules other than don't piss off the Chinese. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's about it. Don't piss off the Chinese. Don't date. Not that they control relationships, but they tell them don't date. See, they're trying to have it both ways. They're trying to run it like an idol agency, when what they really are, they're a gaming industry. They're gaming streamers that also perform. Some of them are performers. Some of them have a performing background. Rushia had a performing background when she came in, but let me ask you something. How many songs did Rushia release in her career with Hololive? Does anybody in chat know? Anybody in chat? Does anybody know how many songs Rushia released while she was with Hololive? I mean, I'm talking singles. They could be cover songs, or they could be original. She had two. In her entire career with Hololive, she only had 2 singles that she released. One cover. Well, let me take it back. She had 3. She did have 3. She did release that one. She released two covers and then one original. So she had 3. That's it. That's all she had in her entire career with Hololive. Okay? Welcome, Dahlia. Thank you for joining the Wolfpack. She had 3, okay? Now, I'm gonna sidestep things just a little bit, because how with an idol culture, the way it's, the way they're trying to run it, how could you have somebody who had a history, and a relatively successful history, of being a cover singer, come into your company, have them there for 2.5 years, and only have them release 3 singles? That's it. But yet you have someone like Calliope Mori come in with us, with an on par type of musical history and background, and she's dropping EPs. Okay? And not to stir up any trouble here, but then you have people like Matsuri, who has dropped over 10 times the amount of songs that Rushia did. For some odd reason. But yet Rushia's songs managed to pull in, like, if you look at the ratio of how many times Rushia's songs have been listened to compared to Matsuri's, like, they don't even compare. Okay, how can you have an idol company like that and see somebody have like 2, 3, 4 million hits that on their music video, and only have them do 3 songs, when you have another person here who has done like 20, and every single song that they have released, the amount of views that they're getting has slowly declined with every song released. How is that possible? For crying out loud, Mel has more songs released than Rushia did. And Mel was gone for a while. I mean, she was gone probably not as long as Rushia did. But she also had problems, and she still released more songs than her. Okay? Now, so, when you look at Golden Pincer, thank you for joining the Wolfpack. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Okay, so I am going to say this, very, very kindly here. the whole idea of Hololive being an idol group, and pardon my French, is fucked up. Okay? Because we've seen what happens, and I've seen some of the comments that were made when I flashed some pictures of quote unquote disgraced Hololive members who are no longer with the company. Okay? Now, they had their own controversies. They had their own situations that they went through. We don't need to dig into those right now. Okay, that can be a completely different topic for another time. But the fact of the matter is that they have been scrubbed so far from the actual Hololive history that no one can even learn from what happened, because no one talks about them. No one can talk about them. No one wants to talk about them because they're taboo. How are you supposed to learn from those mistakes if no one talks about them? People could have said, "Hey, don't be like that one, because she started a relationship and now she's no longer with us. Don't be like her. If you want to be on the outside looking in like her, don't get a boyfriend." Wow. You know? Or, they could have even kept it as a public service announcement and said, "Hey, you know what? There are going to be guys out there that are going to be trying to trick you by saying, I'm going to help you get all this stuff so you can do your audition. And then if you get in, they're going to start trying to say things about you. And you either are not going to get in, or you're going to end up being blackmailed." I mean, there's so much. I mean, people only look at the bad things that happen within all these incidents, and they don't even look at what can be learned from them, because all they do is try to hide the facts. And what happened? Yeah, people say, yeah, we can say Rushia's name. We can say her name on live on air. Yeah, but nobody bothers to talk about, what is factual about what happened, as a warning to other people out there of, hey, don't trust this guy. If you have a problem, don't trust this guy. Be careful who you choose to divulge information to. Maybe it isn't a good idea to take company info and divulge it to some scum that it only profits off of it and does it for money. I mean, that's a brilliant thing to talk to your staff about. But instead, we have to scrub her off the internet. That's idol culture, guys, okay? That is idol culture, and that has to change. We cannot sit here and say that Hololive is an idol company when what they do, they do 80% of what they do is play games all day. They're gamers. They also do ASMR. They do singing. They do some of the other stuff too. So yeah, that's also a part of it. But they're streamers. When you try to blend this line between what a Japanese idol is and what a streamer is, this is the mess you get. You end up getting messes like what happened with Rushia, where you have an entire segment of her fan base that you build this facade in this dream that you want them to you want to captivate them in this dream, in this, like I was saying, in my last video, in this world. You want to captivate them and hold them there, because that's what the idol culture tries to do. Is they try to captivate and allure young men between the age, teenage years up to like 35 or 40. They try to allure them into this world and keep them there so they can get money. Okay? And then once that world is shattered or they grow out of it, then they start looking at it and said, that was a dumb idea. But then when you have something like this happen, and that world is shattered by an external force, whether it be because that idol screwed up, or because of an outside influence that shatters it, then you have what you had with Rushia. You have an entire segment of her fan base turn against her. Because you spent the last 2.5 years, building up this false image and dream without ever defining where the image and illusion starts and where reality is supposed to be. All you have right now is you have a bunch of women who sit here and play games and talk to hundreds of thousands of men. And a lot of them think that 100% of the time they're talking to the real person. They're talking to who they actually are. When, right now, I would say on average, probably 60%, maybe 70% is an image. Like I was saying at the very beginning, every person, every VTuber, every streamer, even streamers who stream their real faces, okay? Everyone puts a certain amount of themselves into the personality that they present to you, okay? So you are seeing a part of them, but you are not seeing the entire person. There are very few exceptions of people like that out there. I happen to be one of them. Like 99% of what I say is from me. It's not that, the okami that's sitting in front of you. Yeah, I am a wolf. I howl and drool and go, ow, when I see a very beautiful woman. I do that, okay? So that part of me is real, okay? And some people say that's sexist. No, I just think that she's freaking hot. If you got a problem with that, that's your problem. Like, really, grow up. Women are hot. Okay? Even big women are hot. Every woman has some redeemable quality in them. And I mean every woman does. I don't care if they're a complete bitch or not. Somebody out there loves them. Even if they love them for being a bitch. But I digress. That is the problem of what's happening right now. Okay? And what ends up happening This is what ends up happening, guys. Okay? I want some of you guys, if you guys follow the idol scene, some of you guys know who this is. Okay? You probably recognize her. If not, you probably think, oh, look, a very beautiful, attractive, young Japanese girl. Yeah, woman. I think she was probably like in her probably like, I don't know, 19, 20, 21, somewhere around there when she had this image taken. I think she was around there somewhere. Okay. This is Minami Minagashi. Okay, from AKB. Okay. Some of you guys might know who this is. All right. It was discovered it leaked out that she had a boyfriend. She got a boyfriend. She fell in love with somebody. She was immediately kicked out of AKB. She had her entire life shattered. And the idol culture had her brain so warped, had her way of thinking so warped. This was the result.
A member of AKB48, it's a J-pop group in Japan, has made a teary-eyed apology because of the fact that she's a 20-year-old and she had the audacity to have relations with a man.
Sorry if
okay.
that was too loud.
So let's take a look at her apology and then I'll give you more context into this story.
She shaved her freaking head.
青春時代を過ごしてきた大好きなメンバーがいるそして温かいファンの皆様がいる AKB48 を離れることは今の私にとっては考えられませんでした
All right, so obviously not many of you know Japanese, but
I understood.
But the reason why I showed you the video is because it shows you how sad it is that she has to apologize. By the way, of course, she shaved her head. She doesn't usually have that hairstyle.
No.
She shaved her head as a way of retaliating against herself, and she's like, "Look at me! I can't believe what I did. It was so wrong." Now, to give you guys more context into this, the reason why they're giving her a hard time for having relations with a guy is because all of the women that are part of that group are supposed to have this virginal, pure image, and they're supposed to appear to be available and accessible. So the whole point of them, of the group, is to allow guys to go see them live. They literally perform every day. Now they have different groups within their massive group. Okay, so AKB48 has, as Sam mentioned earlier, about 90 members. And so different groups perform on different nights. They rotate. Some of them go on tour while others stay in Japan. It's a very complicated process, but they make a tremendous amount of money. Back in 2011,
very famous, absolutely.
In 2011, they made 200.
Okay. Now, that's not exactly true, Calvin, okay? And let me explain why. Okay, because number one, and this is the problem, okay? This is the problem with idol culture, okay? Idol culture in Japan, if you want to be an idol in Japan, you cannot be dating at all, okay? You literally cannot date. And it's not something that is just, they ingrain it into them, or it's, it's not that they, it's not that the company necessarily has, strict regulations or anything. It's the culture, okay? Now, let me share this with you, okay? This is, and this will expand on it just a little bit here. This is where things are going to get a little scuffed because I have to do this one at a time. Where are you? That one? No, that's the slides. Come on, give me the one I want. Okay, now Streamlabs is just being a pain in the ass. There it is. Hey, this is from the BBC, okay? BBC. They're known as idols, and their jobs is to sell dreams. For decades, the young pop stars in Japan and South Korea have been the envy of teenagers. But behind the glamour, this lucrative industry is run with talent agencies with an iron fist. Two recent apologies by Japanese popular band SMAP, S-M-A-P, and Taiwanese star Chow have highlighted just how much power they have. Both J-pop and K-pop, as Japanese and South Korean pop is known, are multi-million-dollar industries, yet their stars are on salaries that do not reflect how much that they earn very much. They are also bound by strict rules on how to be idols, okay? Now, this was literally 6 years ago. Okay, 6 years ago. Okay, the no dating clause, which is in contracts, by the way, has resulted in some idols being sued for breaking it, accused of damaging their reputations. 2 years ago, Minami, the one that we just saw, from AKB, shaved her head and wept an apology after breaking management's firm rules by spending the night with her boyfriend. Okay? Manufactured boy or girl bands are nothing new, but Tokyo-based Asian Bureau Chief blah 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 says it's unheard of in the West that agencies have control over personal lives. Okay, now listen very clearly here. Okay, the BBC, as of 6 years ago, confirmed that idols have in their clause in contracts a no dating clause. Okay, now if Hololive intends on being an idol agency, but they supposedly do not control over what happens in their private lives, how can they be an idol agency on par with AKB48? They obviously can't. Okay? I mean, it spells it out right there. Okay? Now, let me give you another example here. Where was it? Okay, I cannot find the actual site right now, but according to Wikipedia, which is always reliable, according to Wikipedia, there was a talent agency that filed a lawsuit against a 17-year-old former idol singer for accepting an invitation to go to a hotel room with two male fans, which caused her group to disband in the first 3 months of their debut. Okay? And this is 7 years ago. In September 2015, Judge Kojima, along with the Tokyo District Court, ruled in favor of the talent agency and fined the 17-year-old woman 650,000 yen, stating that the dating ban was necessary for idols to, quote, win the support of male fans, unquote. This is a Tokyo District Court that ruled that this was okay. That was reported on the Anime News Network. And that was a translated article from the Nikon sports paper. Again, if Hololive is if Hololive is an idol agency, this is what the girls have to put up with, okay? This is what they have to deal with on a daily basis. Okay. Now, I have already shown you the image of people that have been harassed and stalked and even doxxed with aunties trying to find dirt on them about who they've dated or if they've had relationships in the past. I mean, the list is long and wide on what they have dirt on and who they have dirt on. And I don't know if all of you guys are aware of all the prior relationships that these women have had. But I can tell you this right now, several of the ones that, show a Yuri relationship in character are not. Some of them that clearly show that they are single and loners have had relationships, and the fact of the matter is it's part of life. I mean, it's part of life. But this is, talent agency. This is talent agency, rule. Sorry, I'm dropping packets again. I'm just switching servers. They do. So I'm just kind of going back in chat while I'm waiting for the server thing to switch over. Their private lives should be private. And I've mentioned this before that several of Hololive and other agencies out there, the girls and the guys, they have their own streams outside. They have their own alternate, private, secondary streams where they either, have a second stage name or different character or what have you. And what people like me, and people that have been around have tried to educate others on is, hey, that person may be known as whatever over here, but if it says Johnny's channel on the stream, call them Johnny. If it says Rhonda, Rhonda's rowdy, Rhonda's rowdy, raving channel or whatever, call her Rhonda. It's not just etiquette, but it's part of a streamer culture. and it's part of VTuber culture. And that's where we need to start drawing the line. Okay? You know, people got it in their heads as soon as, you know, Yago went out there and said, you know, we're forming this VTuber company, you know, and we're making this whole thing just like, you know, idol group AKB. So then all of a sudden, everyone that is a VTuber, you know, all of a sudden every single thing is supposed to be like they're an idol. Guess what? We're not all idols. I actually, you know, despise the thought of, you know, one day people saying, you know, well, you know, Marko is popular, you know, he's a male idol. No, I'm not. Am I a VTuber? Yeah. I'm a guy. But I sure as hell don't want to be an idol. I don't want people worshiping me. You know, I want my privacy. Yeah, I do want my privacy. I guard my privacy. I pick and choose when, you know, what I show and what I say. And that's the end of it. But the fact is that, you know, you have the people that have just as many followers as me or subscribers as me, you know, with this idea that you know, well, I'm an idol now. Do you really want to be that? I mean, the way that they're treated, you sure as hell don't want to have a manager. I mean, you know, there are other articles here that talk about just how scummy the Japanese managers are for these smaller groups, that they take like 80% of their profits. It's like, really? The idol group does all the work, you know. Yeah, you may line up the jobs, but, you know, I mean, I know idol groups. I know idols, quote unquote idols, you know, VTuber idols that line up their own jobs so they can take, you know, the entire cut because they don't want to pay somebody 80% of their work. Here's another one from the Japan Times, 2018. The dark side of Japan's underground idols: little pay, long hours, and unbreakable contracts. Idol groups such as iconic AKB48 are synonymous with Japan. Known for cutesy, highly choreographed stage performances and film clips, they personify pop culture and the nation's pop culture. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. But far few people are familiar with the subculture that has spawned Chica underground idols. The phenomenon has grown at an incredible rate and has brought some serious downsides. Like their mainstream cousins, underground idols still dream of making it big. In many cases, underground idols, which are now number in the hundreds, are being taken advantage of by exploitive production companies that prey on their ambitions and have them sign exclusive long-term contracts that all but make them slaves to the entertainment industry. 4 former members of a Chica group known as Nijiro Fanfare have gained popularity, which gained popularity due to online streaming, have demanded that they be able to leave their group because they have described what's described as intolerable working conditions. Is this what Hololive wants to be? I mean, yeah, Hololive isn't exactly small anymore, but is this the culture that they're trying to enforce? I mean, you have, you know, these really harsh contracts with NDAs that legally gag people from being able to talk. And if something bad happens, there have been cases of management abusing, verbally, sexually abusing talent. You have all sorts of reports about talent being taken advantage of with, I mean, just with money, with, you know, with what kind of cuts that they come out there, you know, the reports are even here that the contracts are so overly wordy and so, you know, some of them are so ambiguous, but then some of them are so intricately worded where literally the talent agency, if anything happens, the talent agency wins. Doesn't that sound familiar? Let that sink in for a second. Wiley, welcome to the stream, bud. I'm sorry that you're I started early and that you're coming in late. Guys, so I'm just going to pull this up here because that's a lot easier than trying to source everything out. There was another article here that I found when I was searching. Where was it? The working conditions. Okay. So tell me if you've heard this one before, okay? GQ Japan wrote that talent agencies dismiss art idols regardless of their popularity, sometimes intentionally blocking job offers in order to pressure them to leave, all while declaring that they're resting from illness to the public. How many times have we heard that somebody from Hololive is quote unquote ill and has to take a leave of absence? It kind of makes me wonder. I mean, I know that a lot of them or several of them do suffer from, you know, health issues, but sometimes I really start to wonder, you know, are they really suffering from that amount of health issues? I mean, like, you have like Marin, for example. You know, she's having, you know, supposedly having problems with her throat. I believe she is having problems with her throat because, you know, the other girls have, you know, mentioned it too. But sometimes I wonder, because, you know, I mean, if she's constantly, you know, utilizing her throat to speak and sing and talk in a certain way that's damaging her vocal cords, and yet she keeps going back and doing it over and over and over again, then she ends up having to take time off for it, you know, because it's just damaging it even more, and it's going to eventually ruin her career if she keeps doing it. But yet she keeps coming back, but then having to go on you know, health-related leave of absences. It just kind of makes me wonder. I mean, you talk about, you know, that they are, you know, they're using health issues as a concern. You know, Is this what we're really looking at? Hey, Red, DM me that if you sent me a link, DM it to me on Twitter. Be a lot easier, at least for now, until I get have Discord active. But I'm sorry, guys, but we, in my view, in everything that I see that has gone on for the last several years, Hololive has done more to damage their company by trying to adapt this idol mentality into their into the culture. They have done more damage to themselves by trying to indoctrinate people into accepting this than creating their own culture with everything that they have done so far. And that goes on to my next points, okay? That goes on to my next points about, the poor management, about the poor planning, that, those things that, we've been talking about the poor working conditions, okay? But, when you talk about, the poor planning and the poor management that's involved with this, I mean, I've said this over and over and over again. They've had, they still have every opportunity to turn things around and do things properly. You look at Hololive itself, okay? You have all these generations here. You have Hololive gamers. You have Hololive fantasy. You have Holoforce. You have Nipo Labo. You have the Secret Society. Self-stylized Area 15 Indonesia. Holoro. You have all these factions. You literally have factions in Hololive. Do something with them. I mean, come on. You can't. I mean, if I am a producer, and I look at this, okay, I am looking at this as a producer, and I'm sitting here thinking to myself, okay, how can we maximize our profitability with the talent that we have and the talent that we have brought in order to make sure we have the best product that we could possibly have? You know what my answer would have been? My answer would have been, okay, you have the cancel coming in, right? You have cancel coming in. That means you have more English people coming on, right? So what do? Well, you're trying to introduce them, right? And you're trying to get them, you're trying to get people accustomed to who they are, what their personality is, what their character is. Okay, well, we had all these vignettes that were going on. Well, look, we have Hollow Myth sitting right there. You have Mori cussing up a storm on her streams. You have Amelia who sits there and is nothing but salty when she plays games. You have Kiara who's always acting like she's horny. You have Gura who went from like trying to be completely say so to being completely not say so. And then you have Ina who's sitting there, and every single time everyone is just waiting for the right moment where she drops an F-bomb because she gets spooked or scared or something bad happens on screen, and when she does, the crowd goes wild. You bring in the console comes in and says, Hollow Myth, you guys are supposed to be the mythological representations of all these ancient great people. You are done doing it wrong. We are taking you on and we're straightening you out. Boom. You have 6 weeks at least of content right there. You know, you could do. I mean, why do you have these like month-long, 2-month-long collab bands? Why? I mean, all you're doing is encouraging people to leave one stream to go watch the other one anyways. So why not do it? Why not do it, you know, the right way? Have them both going. Have them playing Mario Kart. Have them playing Mario Party. Have them playing Splatoon. Have them playing, you know, there are tons of co-op games where they could literally go head to head. You have HoloX show up out of the blue saying, we own HoloJP now. This is our turf. They come in, they plant their flag, they say, this is our turf. You have Hollow Fantasy show up and say, we're senpais. This is our yard. You have them come in and you have them go at it. They go at it. If HoloX wins, guess what? Next team up. Okay, well, you know, Fantasy couldn't do it. Here come the gamers. The gamers got it going on. The gamers going to take you out. I mean, it rates itself. What are you doing with all these mythos that you never do anything with? I mean, where is the planning on this? You literally have a channel where you started doing this stuff, where you started showcasing like Hollow Fantasy, and doing all this stuff where you are presenting them in their natural and natural environments, and all of a sudden it just drops like a rock. You know, now you have, you know, you do have these like short little vignette that type things where, you know, they're playing a game together or doing it like that. But again, all you're doing with your quote unquote idols is playing games. Idols don't just play games. Idols do more than that. If you are like a production company, then you should be doing more with your production. I mean, why is a guy who worked in IT his entire life, you know, or most of his adult life, why isn't a guy in IT, you know, telling you how to produce your show? I mean, I'm not a producer, but I can write this stuff. I mean, everyone that I've listed off so far, their time zones sync up anyways. I mean, rather than you having your talent constantly leeching off of each other anyways, if you're going to have that happen, at least make it productive. Don't have 20 people all playing Elden Ring at the same freaking time. And you know what? It's like, okay, well, it's dealer's choice. Okay, who am I going to watch today that they're playing Elden Ring? Okay. All right. Yep, she's dying. Yep, she's dead. Oh, look, yeah, Hollow Myth is going to be kicking off here pretty soon. I wonder what they're... Oh. They're all playing Elden Ring. Okay, well... I didn't watch Kiara last night, so I was going to watch Kiara. And she's dying. And she's dead. Whoa, Mel is actually doing her radio show in the morning. I'm there. You know, at least it's something different. I mean, you don't have to like tell your talent. You have to do, these are the only games you can play. These are the only days that you can play them. These are the only, categories you can, do your streams in. I'm not saying that, okay? What I am saying, though, is that if you're going to build a mythos and you're going to build, you're going to have these generations and classes come in, and you want to have a production that is supposedly going to be some type of idol type of environment, okay? Number one, you are not presenting the viewer with where the line of fantasy has started and where it's ending. If you have HoloX coming in and you have Laplace, we're darkness and we're taking you over and all this other stuff, I mean, she's in character, she's talking trash, she's talking down to other people. You have, the rest of HoloX, being menacing and they're trash talking and everything else, and then you have, the quote unquote other good guys, that are trying to fight for, their spot, because they're trying to take that away. Conflict. You have you're building a story. You see where the story's starting, and then you know where it ends. That's how you build a fantasy. That's how you build a world. You don't sit there and say, we're going to build a world. We're inviting you to this world. You can hang with us and we're going to have all sorts of fun and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden, okay, well, yeah, she screwed up, so we're deleting her channel. Well, damn, that really shattered the illusion really quick. If you really want to build a world where people can understand and process that this is fantasy, this is reality, you have to be able to set those type of markers out there where people can actually define them. And that's not happening. Because all the viewer sees, all they see is a 2D or sometimes 3D anime girl playing video games. So they get used to that. And then once they start getting used to that, that's when they start falling into that parasocial relationship. That's when they start falling into that trap. That's when the illusion starts becoming a warped reality for them. And that's where the problem starts. And as we've seen, and we have already, it's been shown over and over and over. Talent agencies have been criticized over their offering inadequate protections towards their idols after several incidents of violent attacks on female idols. You've had stabbings, you had assault attacks, you've had assaults, you've had people stalked, you've had people, try to take them hostage. You've had singers that cover singers and anime song singers been assaulted by fans. There are countless amounts of incidents involving Hololive themselves, of doxing and trying to figure out where these girls are, where they live, how they can get get somebody there so they can actually physically stalk them and abuse them. That's neglect on the agency's part. But apparently, because there's so many girls out there that are trying to get into these agencies and trying to get into these groups, they're a commodity. So, you know, they can fire one of them. If you talk, you're going to owe us money. Hey, we're going to pick up somebody new. Just looking back on the chat here. Didn't it happen within a month with the whole EN went cycled leaves? Yes, Cover has mishandled so many incidents. Cover has seriously sidestepped and mishandled, and that's the other thing. Okay, see, Cover Corporation has a business problem. They're choosing their sponsorships over the health and safety of their talent. It is easier for them to choose the money and the business over the talent because the talent is disposable. I'm sorry. But that's the way they see it. They have multi-million-dollar sponsorships and contracts with several Chinese gaming companies, mobile gaming companies out there that they don't want to sacrifice or piss off because, you know, they're partly owned by the Chinese government. So they don't want to piss off China and have that cut off because then they'll lose multi-million dollars in contracts there. They have multi-million-dollar contracts with, you know, companies that are within Japan. So with the industry that they're claiming to be a part of, having such a culture, they go by those rules. So it's easier to cut the talent than it is to, you know, lose that contract. Despite the fact that, just like we have shown on my channel, Rushia was pulling in millions of dollars for them in single years without working an entire calendar. I mean, if you really think about it, you had Coco, you had Rushia pulling in millions of dollars. And you didn't have to bow to any other company and have them tell you what to do. But yet you cut your own talent because it's the culture. Seriously? I'm sorry. It makes absolutely no sense, okay? It makes no sense. Yes, the month-long ban is to allow them to stand on their own without relying on senpais. However, all of these girls are former streamers. Most of them have several years of prior streaming, either on Twitch, Bilibili, Nico, you name it, okay? So it's not like they are like brand new to streaming or even brand new to like actually using Live 2D itself. And the thing of it is, yes, you can have them be you can have them build their own fandom by standing on their own. However, you can have them stream on their own channel individually and still have them compete or interact with other people. And you can build their character by allowing them to show off that part of their personality. I mean, basically all you're doing is amplifying what they have shown in the first week, 2 weeks of who they are. By the first 2 weeks, at least, everyone has a good understanding of who they're watching or what they're about. And then as soon as they start interacting with other people, they're like, oh, and then people get even more curious. And then, then you start having the cross fans that come along. There's no reason why it has to be an entire month, much less even if you did do an entire month after that, have that type of interaction between two factions. I mean, Hololive literally takes mythos and throws it out the windows. I mean, Callie's a freaking Grim Reaper. All right, well, Grim Reaper apprentice. She's a Grim Reaper apprentice. And a year later, she's in a baseball cap, sunglasses. And then she's in a sexy lounge dress, which I personally like, but, I mean, that's just me. I mean, yeah, I know Death has to, like, let it hang out a little bit. I mean, everyone needs a day off. But, on the flip side, she's freaking Death, and they've done nothing with it other than, her EPs, which is cool. But, I mean, they could do more. The entire Shrine Maiden, priestess thing that Ina had going on. I mean, everyone basically just adores her to begin with and worships her, worships the ground she literally walks on. I mean, they could have expanded and done so much more with that. There is just so much that they can do. I mean, look at how, like, the fan video of Marine fishing and then pulling up Gura, as she's fishing on the sea, and then she pulls up Gura and Sancho ahoy. I mean, that whole meme, like, literally took off. And she was in her element of, on the water, on the sea, fishing. You are putting her in her mythos, in her environment. Put the girls in their environment so they can do something in them. That's all I'm saying. It doesn't have to be that they're, gaming 5 times, 6 times a week. Put them in their environment once a week. Yep, JP is always working on partnerships, sponsors, and events. Now you make Hololive sound like Channel Awesome. Hololive can be so much more than an idol company, guys. And that's the thing. That's what really, really I'm gonna do my Peter Griffin. That's really what grinds my. Oh, that sounds like his wife. That's what really grinds my gears. Okay? Hololive can be so much more than an idol company. They're wasting their potential. They're wasting their talent. They could be so much more. They have the technology. They have the know-how. They have the ability. I mean, they probably even have the virtual sets already. And they're wasting it. I mean, literally, everyone that I've named off so far, literally every one of them now has a 3D model. Use them. do something productive with them. You know, I mean, they had that whole, you know, Hololive alternative thing. They could have done so much more with that. I mean, they could have built an entire mythos and world in 3D vignettes that were 5 minutes long and had it like as a weekly thing. And they flashed all this like really cool stuff, and then I mean, I don't know what happened with it. I heard there was like a web comic, maybe. I mean, that's how muddled the message was. What was that, anyways? I mean, I saw that you know the other day on that Yago announced that he had spent millions of dollars on this closed beta project where they're supposedly doing their own like metaverse thing where people might eventually one day be able to like sink in to a virtual reality concert, but you know, you kind of need to have like the 3D headset to be able to do that. So I mean, I'm not sure exactly who that's for. I mean, it sounds cool, but I mean, is Hololive gonna be like selling 3D headsets too, or you know? Cause I don't have one. If they're gonna pay for it, I kind of want one. Yes, I'm horny. Oh, God, I love Marine. Not just because she's horny. I love her because she's so freaking cute. Yeah, so you know, I mean, just kind of moving on just a little bit. You know, there's other part here that about sexualization in idol groups. I mean, that's present in Hololive too. You know, we just talked about that. You have the whole I'm horny thing, and then you have you have the fact that some of them are just a little bit too candid and open with some things, especially like if they're shotacons or you know lolicons or whatever. But you know, I mean, the thing that really really makes me kind of laugh is where you know I start mentioning this and people are like, Hololive isn't sexualized. They're not sexualized. You know, I mean, they're just 2D. They're just 2D models. They're just 2D. There's 2D avatars, you know, or 3D avatars, you know, and then I look at you know what they're saying, and I can't help but ask myself, okay, if they're really not sexualized, you know, whoops, I really wonder. You know what exactly yeah, what they're selling, you know, because I mean, I don't know about you guys, but you know, when I look at you know, just just stuff like what's on the screen here. It's it kind of makes me wonder. If they aren't selling something in particular. Well, you don't just have the arrows there. I mean, there's one thing that I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I think there's one thing that all these women that I'm showing you right now. I think there's one defining thing that they all have in common that probably is the selling point that they're trying to push. And it may involve 3D model jiggle physics. That's just my opinion, but maybe they're just trying to show off the technology that they have, but I mean, personally, I'm not sure, but I just have this, feeling that they are trying to reach a certain audience with like these characters here, and then of course you have the yeah, and then of course then you have like the schoolgirls, like the Matsuris and everything that they're more like schoolgirlish type. Typical idol girl people, and then of course you have the lollies out there that are for the lollies, or for the flattish justice group, type people. But I don't know. I mean, you just kind of have like an overabundance amount of boing that's going on right now. And that's a typical thing where especially like when you start like trying to gain or maintain a certain like male demographic, the more boing you throw out in front of them, that's the idea anyways. They all that the more that they're captivated by it, and personally, I mean, I can take him or leave him, but that's just me. Yeah, Gura Bay and Ina are all crying in the corner. Yeah, exactly. But I mean that's just I mean my opinion on that. That's I mean, if you look at and this is the funny part, is if you look at like Mel's model, she got a new costume and they actually covered her up. Because she keeps getting banned so many times for like supposedly like sexualized exposure and like sexualizing a minor, that they finally, I think they just gave up, and they're like, well, we can still make her bounce, we'll just put a sweater on top of her. I mean, she still looks cute, of course, but, I mean, like, I kind of feel sorry for her at the same time, because she doesn't do anything wrong. It's not like she's going out there and she's like, yeah, look at my boobs type thing. It's just, the way her model is. But, I mean, just kind of, getting back to what I was saying, though, I mean, when we look at everything from when you step back and you look at everything that we've talked about over the last hour, guys, I mean, you start realizing that, you know, there's a very big, you know, there's a culture that is out there that is, they know it makes money. They know that the formula works. All right. They know that the streamer formula works. So, you know, I think that, you know, Yago's original intent was, you know, they know the streamer formula works. They know that the idol formula works. So let's put them together and make that the next thing. But as Hololive started evolving, and that initial model, you know, business model, didn't gain the traction that they were hoping, they ended up, you know, starting to add other things that were, you know, that were making money and that were profitable, you know, and that was basically, you know, streaming games, you know, doing karaoke, that kind of thing. You know, that pulls in a steady revenue stream. Everything else, Hololive continued to grow. COVID happened. It boomed because there were, you know, people were looking for things in that, and entertainment online and everything like that. And now we are where we're at with, you know, literally we are at the crossroad of, you had this idea and dream that was the original vision, compared to what the product is now, and the product that is now, and the business, you know, and the industry as a whole has exploded to the point where, you know, you don't have to be an idol to be successful. You know, and that's why you have, you know, independent streamers who are literally making bank by themselves. That's why you have smaller groups. You have smaller, you know, 4-man teams, 3-man teams. You know, that they are literally able to do everything that Hololive is doing, but do it better, because they're not shackling themselves to this conception of, you know, oh, we gotta be idols, we gotta be like this, we gotta be, you know, follow this exact model, and if we don't follow this exact model, you know, everything is over and done with. No, it's not. You know, that's why, you know, like Visojo is able to, like, reach out to Hololive and collab with them now. It's because they didn't follow that model. I mean, Nanners is not a freaking idol. Iron Mouse is not an idol. I'm sorry, they are not idols. They are VTubers. They are streamers. They're content creators. They may say, no, we're models. No, they're not. They're content creators. And they are successful. And because they are doing their element, and they are expanding in the element that they are good at. And they're not shackling themselves to this preconception that they have to fit within this certain mold, or else they can't be successful. And that's what's happening with Hololive right now, is that they are literally, like, confining themselves into this preconception that we have to be like this and nothing else. Or we have to cut out everything that prevents us from being like this, you know, vision that is, like, literally 30, 40 years old. Kind of funny because she's one of the least hero. Yeah, Mel is one of the least. I mean, Mel is one of the most say so, uh, uh, ladies in the Hololive. I mean, you put her, Choco Sensei, and her mama together, and she is literally at a loss for words because, like, Ayami and Choco Sensei are just going nonstop about their boing boings and and their opis and everything like that, and they're talking about lingerie, and Mel just sits there and just smiles, and she just she just does not know what to say. I mean, it's hilarious, but at the same time, it's so adorable because she's sitting there. She's like, I ain't saying nothing, unless they ask me, then I'm gonna just kind of like, are they? That's literally what she does, and then they take over from her. I mean, it's adorable, but at the same time, it's like, you kind of want Mel to like say something, but you just know that she's not going to, because she's just, I mean, she is literally like what she's literally what Sora. She's literally like Sora. The only difference is, she has an arrow body. Well, yeah. I mean, one of the things that, like Coco said before she left was, one of her messages to, all the Holomem was, stop being afraid and express yourself, and some of them did. And their popularity and their creativity exploded because of it. I mean, Gura's popularity exploded because she literally took that to heart. I mean, she was always growing as it was, but as soon as like she took that to heart, and she said to herself, and you could tell, she came to the conclusion one day, you know what? She spent more time and more energy trying to be say-so and trying to fit in this mold that wasn't her than, like literally just like letting loose and being her. And once she started doing that, you could hear where like it literally sounded like a weight was lifted off of her and she could be herself. Same thing with Mori. Mori was the exact same way, and she's like, "Fuck it, you know what? I'm gonna swear. That's who I am. I tried to be family friendly, but that's not me." She literally said that live on stream. She's like, "I can't do it anymore. I'm not family friendly. I'm sorry." That's literally what she said. And I think that's great, because you know what? Yes, not everyone is going to be family friendly. If you look at the demographics, I mean, the demographics on my streams. Let me tell you what the demographics are on my streams. Okay, my most popular video about when Hololive terminated Rushia. The demographics on my stream, 80% of the people that tune in to my stream are between the ages of 15 to 49. 80%. The other 20% were either under the age of 15 or like complete wacko numbers, which I'm sure people were like falsifying, and they were just picking random numbers. Okay? But like 80% of the demographic were teenagers to adults. And I'm sorry, but every teenager has heard a swear word by now, by the age of 15. They may not say it, but they've heard it. But and I'm gonna kind of shift a little bit to it's gonna be a little bit of a touchy subject, but I want you to kind of bear with me, because I really have some I really have some very I got lots of questions on this. So hang on. I always forget to turn on my music. I'm still waiting for them to do a copyright claim, by the way. So I'm gonna keep playing until they do. So where is my... Oh, that's not it. That's not what I wanted. Oh, that's not it either. Oh, don't worry about it. So what I'm going to talk about is basically what kind of concerns me is with everything that happened, like with the whole Miki Nico incident and some of the other incidents before that, it kind of makes me wonder, what the entire vetting process is for with Hololive doing their talent searches and how they narrow down who their talent's going to be, and I can and you can say with a certain degree of certainty that they probably definitely have vetted pretty significantly. But what really kind of worries me is that when you start getting to seeing that Miki Nico had a very significant footprint on digital footprint out there on social media, and potentially having a lot of trouble that was going on behind the scenes with her, and then of course you had several other people that had or have huge digital footprints like that as well. It makes me wonder how much vetting have they done with those types of things, so they minimize that kind of impact. Because if they're gonna have and want to have this idol mentality of trying to live up to this say so and clean and pure type of image for their talent, you would think that if they hire someone like, say, Gura, or they hire someone like I mean, even Matsuri, for example, you can go on the internet today and you can still find tons of content of them, not in VTuber form, but in real life form, that haven't been scrubbed from the internet. And so it makes me kind of wonder just how much, how far they actually look, and then how far they go, or how far are they actually willing to go to hold up this facade of, our idol, quote unquote idols are pure and clean, and they don't have troubled histories and stuff like that. Because I mean, if all the stuff supposedly connects, which it doesn't, by the way, with Miki Niko's past, well, then supposedly, I mean, she had a very troubled past that was out there in public. That was never scrubbed, and in a lot of cases, supposedly was in the actual, like, the news. So it just kind of it makes my mind spin a bit, asking myself, okay, how far and how much are they actually looking, and then how far are they willing to go for this illusion that they're trying to cast before they say, okay, that's enough. Because if they want to be AKB, but yet they're VTubers with this, supposed anonymity, then you have to be able to take, the person that they are and the person that they were, and literally erase them from the internet as much as possible, so they aren't tracked and they aren't figured out. Otherwise, you're gonna start having this stuff dug up on them. If they have that type of past, and they have that kind of, they have those footprints for people to follow, things are gonna pop up. And then once things pop up, people start putting things together, and then that's how they start building profiles on them. I mean, like I've said before, these aunties have dossiers on a lot of these girls, and they constantly add to them, every possible thing that they can find, they add to it, because they know someday, somehow, some way, it's going to be something that they can use against them. Yeah, he must not do that, because I know, like, a lot of I know several of the HoloX girls. They I know a couple of them. I can't remember if it was Chloe. A couple of the HoloX girls, they were like shown a picture of who Yago was, and they're like, "Oh, that's our CEO. Oh, I think I met him once." But yeah, I didn't know he was our CEO. I mean, that's how it was, I know he used to headhunt at the beginning with Gen 0 and I think 1. But after that, I don't think he did much after that. I think that was more like, I don't know, I don't want to say it was Achan, because I think she's more producer role, but and what that worries me about, it goes into with a lot of the emotional parts, a lot of the psychological parts, several of these, and we've talked about this before, several of these girls have, clear signs of, mental, psychological, and emotional stress, and they, it seems like, Hololive does nothing for them, And if if they're living by if they're using the idol culture as their Bible, and they're swearing by it, they aren't going to do anything for them. And we have thousands of people cheering them on every day and saying, oh, everything's fine, but these ladies are living under such severe stress. I mean, I worry about Noelle more than anything, because I know that how hard she works, and she's a hard and dedicated worker to her, what she does in her craft. I mean, a year ago, she a year ago, she was horrible at singing, guys. And I don't know if you guys remember or not, but she was horrible at singing. She's improved significantly over the past year. But if you guys remember, a year ago, she was not a good singer. And she has steadily improved, since I started watching her. I mean, she would do karaoke, but she was not very. She kind of did it begrudgingly. It almost felt like she felt like she was. It almost felt like she was doing it because she felt obligated to do it. And now it seems like she does it because she's having fun with it. But I mean, I don't know if you guys follow her with what she does outside of Hololive, but I mean, she always sounds like she's extremely tired because of she jumps off of Hololive, and then she goes and does that, and then after that she goes and has voice lessons and dance lessons and everything else. And I mean, she's just she has bad health to begin with, and I don't know how many people really realize that or not. And it's because she doesn't eat right, because she's trying to maintain this petite figure while having a very stacked top. But that just, I mean, it really concerns me, because it's, I see and hear things more now that I started as a VTuber, and I'm not saying that I'm like well connected, okay, but I do talk to people, and I do strike up conversations with people, and I have made some connections, and I have talked to some people that are either work for smaller agencies. I've talked to a couple of managers in Japan. I've talked to some talent over there, and what I hear back, I encourage them, because that's what they're trying to do. However, I also try to at least encourage them to focus on the things that are important, which is like most of them are working full time while they're streaming part time, and and I try to encourage them. It's like, hey, one day you're I mean, unless you like actually like start making really good money streaming, one day you're probably gonna have to give this up, and it's not something you want to give up. I get it, you don't want to give it up. I don't want to give it up either. I want to be able to do what I want to do. you know. But I mean, if you end up having to choose between, you know, streaming and not making a lot of money, or you know, putting all your effort into making an income so you can live, you know, which one are you going to end up choosing? You know, and which one are you know, do you need to put all your, you know, your effort into in order to make sure you have the skills to do it? And that's what, you know, a lot of people in Japan and the labor force and analysts over there, you know, say is that, you know, every person that goes into you know, the idol industry, and not so much the streaming industry, but that they're seeing a lot of that too, because of the amount of money that it costs now to get a model and a setup and the equipment. They end up seeing so many young people that go into debt trying to become streamers, and they end up, you know, not being able to make it because it's already a saturated market. And then, you know, they spend all this time and money going into debt, and then they end up, you know, not being able to succeed, and they spend 5-10 years in it, and then they come out and they have no skills in order to work in the workforce. So they end up having to take jobs working at, you know, a convenience store or a gas station, or, you know, something like, you know, menial job like that, and they have to work 2 or 3 jobs, and then they end up, you know, they don't have any skills. They don't have any skills or training or anything else, because they spend all their time trying to be an idol, or trying to be a model, or trying to be a streamer. Benjamin, thank you for stopping in. Oreo, how's it going? Hey, I missed the last stream. How much have I missed? You've missed 2 hours worth. That might actually be a good idea. Let's see if I can get this back up on the screen. Oh, that's all right. There are the bullet points. If you have just come in and you are late, there are the bullet points for what we've been talking about for the last 2 hours. Hang on a second. Hydration break. Hang on. Okay. So one of the things that I kind of skipped over just a little bit, because it more or less blended in with today was a weird day. Why was it a weird day, Oreo? Why you write why it was a weird day. I'm gonna try to finish my thought. Oh yeah. One of the reasons why I wrote poor working conditions as well is the lack of universal consistency with how the talent deals with what when they have a hostile crowd that they're dealing with. If you notice that there are so many times where it seems like you especially when you have a hostile situation with one of the I'm just gonna take Coco for example, where it seemed like almost every single stream was being bombarded with Chinese antis and stuff like that. It was like every single streamer, every single Hololive was told, you put this in your description that we're not people have been trying to get us to say inflammatory things about a certain country, and we're not going to do it, and we're not going to get tricked, or please refrain from this. But for some reason, none of them were told, or none of them were told, hey, put slow-mo on. Put slow-mo on and put it on a 60-second counter. Or with all the hate that was flying around, put subscriber only mode on. Make sure just put on, you have to be a subscriber for 5 minutes before you can comment. I mean, it slows that stuff down, and I get that they don't want to exclude anybody, but I mean, to be honest, you want to capture those people who aren't subscribers by making them subscribers, so they hopefully come back the next time they open up YouTube. So it's almost beneficial to put it on and make them make them be subscribers if they want to say something in chat. I mean, that's just a great way of making sure that that subscriber count stays consistent or continues to increase. See, China is 50 Cent Wolf Warrior. Miko is good at handling that scenario. Miko is good at the way she handles it is how Hololive should handle it. And what I mean by that is you put subscriber mode on. If you're gonna stream, if you're setting up streams in advance, put a 12-hour subscriber. Put it on 12-hour subscriber only mode, so they have to subscribe, 12 hours in advance. Or, I know like Fubuki did when that whole Elden Ring thing happened. She put hers on 8 hours. She had an 8-hour subscriber thing on hers because she was getting bombarded by antis. It's a smart move. You put that on. You put a 60-second counter on in slow mode, so to slow down and make sure that people aren't able to spam crap in there. And I mean, you instantly make your chat much more comfortable for the people that are there to see you. I mean, you want to make your chat comfortable and make it an environment where people can like express themselves and not fear or have that constant worry that somebody's going to come in and do that kind of stuff, And if somebody does, they want somebody there to handle it so they can continue talking. I mean, that's just kind of what the way it is, and it's not handled right. It really isn't. You know, I mean, there's time where we've literally had to yell at Karoni and Mori and gosh, who was the other one? I can't remember who the other one was off the top of my head. Gura. It was Gura. And it's like I mean, people were literally like spamming in caps and yelling at them, and literally pissed them off. They're like, "Yes, I saw you to say it the first time." It's like, well, do something about it. You know, you have people spamming hate in your chat, and you're not doing anything about it. Put slow mo on, please. You know, I mean, if I could spam, you know, please help us, you know, 1,000,000 times in your chat and piss you off, I'm sure that the spammer probably pissed you off first. Do something about them. So I won't do that, you know? Don't get mad at me, you know? Was subscriber only available at the time? Yes, it's been available for quite a while. Subscriber only mode has been in existence for well over a year and a half, as far as I can remember, the first time seeing it, or, you know, paying attention and seeing it. Because I can remember when they were playing Among Us, and Karoni didn't want to turn it on because she wanted to. She felt bad because she knows that she has a lot of people that you know, a lot of people that aren't subscribed to her, and they had to do one more. In their case, they were all playing, since they were playing with Coco, they ended up having to turn membership only on, and, you know, that one step further. And she felt bad because, you know, she felt like she was locking not just her non-subscribers out, but also her non-members out of the chat, you know, which she was, but that it was also to keep the antis out of, you know, monkeying around in chat while they were playing. You know, and she literally didn't want. She literally pouted for about like 15 minutes and was protesting and didn't want to play because she was trying to, you know, get, I guess, either H-on or the rest of them to allow her to not put that setting on. But she you know, they ended up telling her, "Hey, you gotta turn it on," you know. So she ended up turning it on. And that's the thing. That's the thing I like about Dago. I you know, I love about her. You know, that there are times where she acts like a child, but it's really what her personality is, and she, like, you know, I think a lot of people misunderstand the intentions of people like Karoni, like Rushia, and several others that have the same attitude towards their fan base. Is, you know, they really truly love their fan base because they have a feeling of, I don't want to say it's an adequacy, but it's more of validation that they, you know, when they can tell and they can see that their fan base is paying attention to them, and that they care and that they love them, and that they're embracing what they're doing, or they're enjoying what they're doing, then they feel like what their efforts and what they're putting their time and effort into is worth it. You know, that they feel like everything that you know has everything that got them to that point has been worth it. Especially like people like Coroni, she had she's the latter part of her life up till the point where she joined Hololive. She lived more of a loner life. Before that, she was more social, but then she started becoming more and more antisocial. With Rushia always, Miki Nico, she always had a fixation of wanting to have people telling her she's doing a good job, telling her that she is, that what she's doing is worth it. Provide her more substance into what her actions are doing, so she feels like they're validated. She has to have that external validation in order to internally validate herself. Yeah, it's kind of amazing that we had people join Twitcasting, the Twitcasting membership, just to hate on Mikiniko. And she was like, "You really spent money? You really paid me to come in here and hate on me?" It's like, really? I mean, there were people when the whole thing kind of blew up on Mori a while back about whether or not she was like dating this Twitch streamer, which she totally wasn't. But the people were trying to make that insinuation that people were literally dropping super chats just to hate on her. I'm like, are you serious? You're dropping money on somebody just to hate on them? I mean, come on. People have nothing better to do with their time than to spend it, time and energy. They spend more time and energy hating on people than they do doing something constructive. I mean, that's why I told this guy that's been trying to argue with me on Twitter. It's like, you know what? Fine. If you want to agree with me, that's one thing. That's fine. Whatever. You can disagree with me. But you're wasting your time. Yeah, you're sitting here trying to make a point, which the point makes no sense. But okay, you're saying that you're making a statement and you've made it. It's not going to change my mind. You've made your statement. What are you still doing here? And he keeps on trying to justify his statement. And it's like, dude, you are not making any sense. It literally makes no sense logically or any other way other than in his, this is my form of justice type of mentality. And that's what it all boils down to, is people are trying to, formulate their own version of justice and dispense it on people. And that's where poor working conditions, poor management, poor planning, it all falls in there. They're not providing them with the right guidance on how to handle these things. They're leaving it up to streamer judgment. And obviously streamer judgment is very subjective, because some of them have a very high tolerance towards that type of thing, and some of them don't. Some of them don't want to put up with it, so they lock it down. But then you have some of it that will, just tolerate to the point where they blow up, like Mori. And it's like, okay, fine. You can tolerate this, and you may be okay with this for like 20, 24 days, 28 days before one day someone like triggers you. But the rest of us, we would just kind of like a little help, Yeah, some people have nothing better to do with their lives, and it's sad. It's like, dude, find the cure for COVID. Find the formula to get ahead of all the mutations in COVID. That way we don't have to worry about it in the fall. Or better yet, figure out how to break into the Kremlin so we can get dirt on Putin to end the war in Ukraine. Something like that. Do something constructive with your life. Oreo, are you still there? I have not seen you answer my question. If you're still there, man, I'm waiting for an answer. I didn't notice you went live. I've been like this since Coco and Hachima almost got let go. Well, some people are right. Never anger the Chinese bros. The Chinese bros are the ones that won't let go. Yeah, Chinese bros never let go. And if you look at the history between China and Japan to begin with, it's very salty to begin with. Especially when Japan, way back when, thought it was a bright idea to invade China for whatever reason, which didn't make much sense. But especially right now, I mean, China is basically controlled by a communist party that makes people disappear. And they have a very big apparatus there. But the thing of it is, guys, there's a lot of Hololive supporters in Japan too. And a lot of them are the same people that feel oppressed by what their government's doing and what the annis are doing. And there's a lot of them. I mean, there's a lot of them. And unfortunately, they have to be very secretive about it. I've talked to a couple that speak English, and a couple of them that I've talked to, they're literally like using like 2 VPNs that are bouncing off of 6 different servers just to talk to me because they're that paranoid about being monitored. And it's like, I mean, don't say, I'm like, hey, don't say anything that'll piss anybody off because I don't want you disappearing on me, But, there's a lot of fans over there that still like Hololive, and they still support it, Hololive with all their heart. But, they sure as hell can't order anything for Hololive because, the tariff and taxes on it from importing from Japan is just insane. I mean, it's worse than what it is for the United States. They aren't 100% Chinese, bro. They are also Chinese. Woo moo better. Wolfware go after. Well, that's just it. China has. I mean, people did not, especially in the Western world, they did not listen when people warned them about opening their businesses in China. And people were warning them. I mean, 10 years ago, people were warning them, hey, if you open a business in China, you know, you're going to be heavily monitored. You know, the government over there is no joke, and you know, they may welcome your business, but they welcome your business so they can like spy on every single thing that you do with your business, so they can reverse engineer it and then knock it off. And more people slowly found out, hey, that's exactly what they were doing. You know, and then even parts that they were sourcing from China themselves, you know, ended up having, you know, spyware built into them. You know, the data collection, you know, modules that were built into them, all those types of things. I mean, I was just looking the other day at my analytics, and I noticed that there was a huge number of Chinese-made phones that were registered as had watched my live my live letters to Yago, and I was like, well, okay, this is weird because I'd never seen the name before, and I started looking it up, and they were all Chinese phones, and they were all flagged as by European countries saying, you know, do not use these phones. These phones are have known spyware built into the OS that will steal your information. And I'm like, oh, that's nice to know. You know. But that's basically, you know, my presentation for it, right? You know, for now, you know, as far as Mickey Nico goes, I think personally she's on the right track with a lot of things. She's obviously still needs a lot of support, a lot of help. You know, I think Coco, if Coco is willing and she has the ability, she would be a great resource for her to you know, to lean upon, at least to gain that independent knowledge of how to handle where she is now compared to like where she was before Hololive, because obviously, you know, where she is now and the popularity she has now is completely different from you know, how many you know, fans and you know, how much traffic and how much of an income she could potentially have, you know, moving forward. And you know, the thing that I always try to reinforce with her when I you know, see that she tweets or she you know, had put out a video, you know, and I try to leave a message on the wall or something like that, is, hey, you know, you still have a great fan base here. You know, there's a lot of us that love and care. You know, many of us, you know, have tried sharing our stories with you and or at least tell you how we feel about you know, about things. And you know, obviously she's not going to be able to you know, and she's too scared to at this point to reach out to any of us that are male and talk to us, because she's just afraid that, you know, the next male is going to, you know, stab her in the back, you know, or leak information and say, hey, look, yeah, Rushia's talking to me now, or Mickey Nico's talking to me now, you know. I mean, you know, all the morons out there that you know, had her trust. I mean, you know, I'm just going to get really close to the mic here for a second, guys. So, you know, if I don't want to blow out anyone's ears, but hey, all you guys that Rushia sent private messages to, and she asked you to keep it private, you guys are fucking morons. You actually had a popular VTuber trust you with a private message. You had a private line to a popular VTuber, a hot, smoking hot, popular VTuber. And you fucked it up. For what? 15 seconds of fame? Did that get you anywhere? You could have been that one guy right now that could have DM'd her and said, "Hey, remember I donated, that $1,000 to you, and you sent me this message that really touched my heart. Well, now it's my turn to do something for you. And I'm here if you need to talk to me." You could have been that guy. Just saying. Okay, I'm done. Yes, Coco got connection. She's wanting to help out. Yeah, I hope so, Coco. I mean, I I'll be honest. I never watched Coco much when she was in Hololive. I watched her shit posting review, and that was about it when she was in Hololive. And then after she quote unquote graduated, which was not which she did not really graduate. She was forced to, by the way, but you didn't hear that from me. She I kind of lost track of her because I was dealing with mom's passing. Yeah, I kind of lost track of her, and I just started watching her again after the the whole Rushia thing happened, and my first thought was, hey, maybe Kason can help her out. And there are times where I just have to turn her off because sometimes I'm sorry, I just find her a little obnoxious and annoying, and I'm like, okay, I've had enough, because she reminds me of that little sister. To me, she reminds me of that little sister where you just you just want to lock her in the bathroom, and just leave her in there for a while and until she calms down, and then let her out. Not that I ever did that because I never had a little sister, but I used to do that with my older sister, believe it or not. Yeah. KFP knows Rushia is trustable. Kiara confirmed that Rushia is sweet and innocent woman. I'm glad KFP feels that way, and that Kiara has that kind of trust in her, because it reassures me that not everyone has harsh feelings towards her. I personally know some things that have transpired, and I'm not going to go into them because I'm not going to be that guy that is spreading rumors. But it's all reliable info that I personally know. And it really makes me mad because I wish all of Hololive would be like that with each other instead of so petty. Unfortunately, there's some petty people there, but anyways, yeah, she is very vulnerable. From what I can tell, well, yeah, I'm gonna finish reading. But in terms of a need for validation and approval, like you said, if anything, yeah, oh, hang on. There's probably guys who did keep a secret. Yeah, so the ones that did share were, there were a few that did share, but they weren't the only ones that received messages. There were a lot of people that sent big donos that she sent messages to. And I'm gonna say this again, for the benefit of people that are listening right now. Hololive was fully aware of what she was doing, and that she was sending messages, private messages, to people. Okay, because people need to remember something. The Rushia Twitter handle is not hers, and that's evident because it's in control of Covercore now. Okay, her manager and management have always had access to her Twitter handle. Every VTuber that is part of an agency that has a Twitter account, their manager and their agency has access 24/7 to their Twitter account. Period. They have the master control over it. And if they try to lock management out or the agency out, they automatically lock the email account that is in control of the password recovery, and they have the master codes for the two-factor authentication, so they could overwrite any type of password change that happens with that account. And they can automatically hijack and recover that account. There is no way that Rushia or any talent can lock their management out of their account. Now, they can certainly, do like what Rushia has been doing and sending messages or sending tweets out and then deleting them right away, and trying to beat that, automatic, archiving, that happens. But even then, private messages, if they're sent, even if you delete them on one side, which I think you can, I know you can do it on Discord, but they're still, I believe they're still, they still show up on the other side. So, I mean, that's worthless in itself. The other person can prove that, that a message was sent. So, I mean, they're, for people that were saying, well, I mean, she was doing it behind Cover's back and Hololive's back. No, Hololive had access to her account, and I've talked to several managers that that monitor their talents' Twitter handle and Twitter account. They literally sit there, and while their talent is on their phone typing out stuff, they have the same Twitter feed up on their computer, and they're watching everything that goes through. everything that is said and sent is on their screen. Period. That's just the way it is. They keep an eye on it. So there is no way, especially if she had been doing that for quite a while, which it sounded like she was, or at least she had. She had done it several times. There is no way that Cover Corey was not aware of it. K-San can get pretty yabe. Yeah. She gets a totally different type of yabe than like if you're watching like Iron Mouse or Nanners. I like using those two as the bar when I'm measuring yabe. But I think I use Nanners as a yabe bar because like even though she is like cringe yabe, shit posting type of yabe type person, I still find her adorable as hell. The character Nanners. And when after I discovered VTubers and Hololive and everything, and I started like looking to see what was on Twitch, she was one of the first VTubers on Twitch I had ever seen. And I was like, oh my god, how can someone like this exist and like not get kicked off of Twitch, but then I saw that she apparently had several slip-ups before, and I'm like, oh, okay, that explains it. Look, somehow, this was actually quoted in a this was actually quoted in an article that was posted by a I read it on Yahoo, the Japan Yahoo equivalent, and it was posted by a reputable second source that basically covers entertainment and models and idols and stuff like that. Coco, K-san is quoted as saying that somehow, some way, for some reason, the aunties were given complete moderator access and privileges to her comment sections the last few months that she was there at Hololive. And the only people that could possibly grant that kind of access are her and Hololive. So I don't know how exactly that would happen, because if I kind of went back and I looked at my control panel, and like if I were to grant somebody those types of access, I would literally need to like go in there, find the person's name. And when I select the person's name, I would have to select add as commenter moderator or something like that. And I mean, you literally have to select it. It's not something that is just like given. It has to be a manual thing. Now, it could have been that they were trying to block them or ban them or something like that, and they just select the wrong thing. But, I mean, to give, like, multiple people the same access that were all antis, is a bit sus. And I'm just looking at my control panel now, and like if I were to like so I'm looking at my control panel right now, and like if I were and I'm not going to do it, Calvin, but I'm just using you as an example. Okay. If I were to look at you, so my banning option, like if you were to say something in chat that was bad, the banning option is second from the top. Okay. And the add moderator status, that adds you as a commenter moderator for both the chat and for like comments, post stream, people can leave comments, on the VOD. That's at the very bottom of the menu. I mean, they're completely apart. There's like 3 options in between ban and moderator. So there's no way you could possibly get, they're not right next to each other. So I don't know how like they would possibly make that mistake over and over and over again. So yeah, they don't control over they don't control their social media accounts. And when they do something like that, they have to get approval for all of that, everything, anything involving contact with the outside. And that's the weird thing. That's just the weird thing. The agency has so much control over their lives, but yet they can't control, or they don't seem to have the ability or the gumption or the the fortitude to control the things that really matter, like setting realistic expectations, setting priorities, setting standards, setting setting conditions that will allow their talent to have better opportunities, to have everyone succeed, or to have to be able to grow and flourish. I mean, I still don't get how some people can it seem like they get every single opportunity to release new cover songs or new songs or whatever. And then you have other people that you're pulling in that are like, hey, you can sing, you can be an idol, and then you just have them sitting there in the corner doing absolutely nothing, and you're wasting their talent. I mean, if you're in it for the money, how come you're not maximizing your money? That's just the way I look at it. I mean, I get that there's going to be favoritism, and people are going, I deserve the opportunities, and you shouldn't be giving it to her, or whatever. And it's like, yeah, that's great. I'm glad you feel that way. So, double your efforts in what you're doing right now, and it will make your next album, twice as big, and then we'll have those fruits show up in your album. Instead of having an EP, we'll have a full album instead. Charge twice the money, you get more money. I mean, something like that. Whereas, I mean, there are ways of doing it without sabotaging your other talent, is what I'm saying. You know, I mean, why are you sabotaging your talent, which just ends up costing you money? I mean, it makes no sense. How, you know, that's why the whole idol culture and model is just broke, and not in the good way. It's broke as in it doesn't work for what you're doing. You know, if you look at the people that they're pushing now, every single one of them, their popularity and their subscription base is declining. Every one of them, at least on JP's side, you know, they're finally getting new people in there, and you know what they're doing. They're seeing increases. They're all seeing increases on their stuff. But all the people that have been there, that they have allowed to milk every opportunity, when you had all these other talents out here waiting for their chance, every single one of them, they're getting diminishing returns. They're getting diminishing returns in views, in clicks, and ad revenue. Everything is on the decline. Sooner or later, you're going to have to tell them, enough's enough. I got to give this to somebody else. But, you know, until then, that person is going to continue milking off, you know, what opportunities there is, and you're just wasting time and talent when you could be maximizing your money. You're not saying this happened. SQL injections can be really scary. You can get, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you know, and that's just it, you know, the sophistication of Chinese attacks is, you know, just going to continue to get more complex and more aggressive, and that's the concern here, guys, is that they, you know, Hololive doesn't do, you know, they have all these expectations, but, you know, I'm not sure exactly how many of these expectations are either written rules or unwritten rules. And the other problem with the idol culture is, you know, a lot of these, you know, quote unquote rules are unwritten. So like what Hololive said, yeah, they have the deniability of saying we don't control what happened, you know, what our talent does on in their private lives. Yet they can control that in a roundabout way by making people, like, if you're gonna run your private life in a way that we don't like it, we're gonna take all the opportunities we're gonna give to you, and we're gonna give them to somebody else. And that does happen, and it's been well documented that happens in talent agencies, where if you know, management does not like you, or does not like your attitude, or does not like the way you talk, or they don't like the way you look, or they don't like the people you associate with, you know, or they don't like something about you. If they don't like it, they will do everything in their power, you know, within legal means, to ensure that you do not get your opportunities, you know, the opportunities that you earn. Or you get as minimal amount of exposure as you possibly can, despite the fact that they hired you, because they don't agree with the person that hired you, that they don't think that you were worthy of that position, so they're gonna keep hazing you. And that's the big thing. Hazing and bullying is commonplace in the idol industry. And that's why I keep saying we do not want idolism in VTubing. If we allow that to continue to blend into the culture of VTubers, the idol mentality is literally going to infect VTubers to the point where everyone is going to have to conform to a sexist, male-dominated, hierarchy type of system that literally defines itself on what men want and what sells to them, with diminishing returns towards the women who put their minds and bodies out there for us to enjoy. And that's what it comes down to, is that, you know, you're literally selling the women. And that's not right. You know, I watch the people I watch because the personalities that they are projecting through their avatar to me are personalities that I enjoy listening to. Yeah, Miki Nico is a very beautiful young lady. And you know what? If she walked up to me like today and she said, "Marko, skidas, daisuki," I would be like, okay, somebody call 911. You know, because that's just, you know, I mean, that would literally make my heart stop, you know, because it would just floor me, because I would feel so honored that a woman that, you know, number one, is extremely beautiful. Number two, you know, has touched me in such a way that she has given me so much happiness, you know, and given me something to look forward to for years when my life was in a downward spiral. Someone's coming, you know, having her come up to me and say something like that would be like, it would be an honor. Because even if Rushia was just, you know, a character that she was acting, the voice behind Rushia, you know, the person that put her heart and soul into that character, you know, had those feelings for me, right? But it's the person that matters. It's not the body. It's not. It's not. You know. It's not what Hololive is trying to sell me. It's not what the idol culture is trying to sell me. It's what the person behind the avatar did for me and meant to me that made the difference. I found, and even today, I still find more value in the people that are behind the avatar that have affected my life, and not the person that they're projecting. Because I'll be honest, you know, Calliope Mori, you know, she puts a lot of herself into the avatar. She puts a lot of herself into her character. But I know that Calliope Mori is not who Calliope Mori is, you know, when she's not streaming. I get that. However, the person that portrays Calliope Mori, who puts herself into that character and puts her own mind and her own words into her own music and is sung by Calliope Mori, affected me personally more than her avatar itself. And that's why I value what she has done for me. Because it was the person that wrote those words that affected my life. Not the avatar. It was her. And you can't argue that. When you listen to what she says, she says, you know, I put what is in my mind and what's in my heart onto the paper, and what I write is a reflection and a projection of how I feel. And if you listen to her songs, you can hear all the different things that she is going through, both as Calliope Mori and as who she is when she's not Calliope Mori. And you can hear exactly what is going on in her life and what's going on in her head, what's in her heart, and how she feels. But the key thing is that it comes from her. Whatever she chooses to call herself. The same thing with Roboco. Roboco, yeah, I know she's not a robot. Big surprise. But at the same time, I know she loves her cat very much. Her cats very much. The first VTuber I ever introduced to my mother before she passed was Roboco. And the very first clip I ever showed her was when Roboco was playing Apex, and she was using a GIF of Cha-Cha, and Cha-Cha was sitting her cleaning herself, and she was using that as a map blocker. And she took her little avatar, because she had a little drawing avatar of her as like a little chibi Roboco, and she was playing around with the avatar, and she was going cha-cha, cha-cha, you know, and everything like that. That was the very first clip that my mom ever saw of a VTuber. And she had the biggest smile on her face, and she's like, I didn't know people could do this. Yeah, I mean, she's not technology literate. And so she watched a couple of music videos of her with me, and she said she watched a couple of clips of Maury, and she was like, "Oh my, this is the girl that saved your life." Huh. She's pretty foul mouthed, isn't she? I'm like, well, yeah, she swears a lot. She goes, well, as long as she did something good for you. You know, I mean, you can't, you know, there are just some things you can't fake. And there's some things that as a VTuber you can't help but put or project into your character that is you. I don't know how to I don't know how to not be me. I tried to think of an entire character type, arc, model, persona, whatever. And as soon as I turn on the camera, it just all disappears, and it's like, no, I can't talk like that. I gotta be me. You know? So, but I do know that just being on the other side of the camera here now is people do put, at least from what I can feel and what I can tell, people do put a part of them into their character. Let's see here. Try not to let the hate get to you. Yeah. How do I see Luna? I see Luna like an emoto. So when I was introducing my mother to VTubing, I showed her Roboco, I showed her Mori, and then I showed her Luna. So I figured she would like Luna and she would like Roboco at least. And I didn't really watch Luna a lot until I came across the when she plays her music. And I there was one day where it was a very long day. I had spent the entire night with my mother, just talking to her because she was in so much pain from her cancer. She couldn't sleep. And she's like, Marko, just talk to me, please. And I'm like, about what? She's like, anything. Just talk to me. Anything. Anything that can distract me from the pain. And so, I talked. I talked all night. I was exhausted, and next morning, I looked at, I was just kind of looking at my phone to see who was streaming, and I noticed she was streaming, and I'm like, I never heard her play, her music before. She was practicing and everything. So I put her stream on the phone, and my mother said, "That's the most beautiful thing I've heard." And so we sat there and listened to it together. And she thought Luna was so cute. She's like, is she really like 9 years older? And she sounds so young. I'm like, she's like, no, that's, she's older than that, but that's the way she talks, for to be in character. And she's like, she's so adorable. I'm like, yeah, she's pretty, she's cute, she's like that little sister, where you just kind of want to pamper her, but she doesn't want to be treated like a child, type thing. So, every time that she played, I tried to share those moments with her, because Luna's playing always seemed to cheer up my mother. Sorry. Yeah, thanks. She really was very thankful for for everything that I shared with her within um the entire the entire group of Hololive back then, and when I mentioned to her that, I said, hey, I've actually considered, since I work from home, I do, a lot of things from home, I'm a computer guy to begin with, I told her, I said, hey, I've thought about, doing trying the VTuber thing, a time or two, and and she looked at me and she said, hey, if that's what you want, and if you want to try it, I mean, the worst you can do is fail, and if you fail, you did something, you tried it, and I know you'll learn something from it, and then you'll move on. And the funny thing is, the thing I learned the most about VTubing, being a VTuber, is, for me, and this is what I mean, I guess this is what pisses me off the most of being a VTuber, is that I've come to realize that there's just so much hate out there, guys, and so much deception and hate and jealousy. And then there's people that try to bring happiness and good into other people's lives. And there's people that just want to spend time with other people, and they don't always they're a lot of VTubers aren't normal people. They're just not normal people. They're not like a regular, person that, once once they finish streaming, they go out and they party and they live it up and everything else. A lot of people, streamers are very, private people, or they, a lot of VTubers are just, they it's the only way that they can interact with other people by having that barrier as their safeguard. And people take that and they automatically run with it, and they say, they're disingenuous, or that they are they're just scamming people, or they're fake or whatever. And that's not it at all. A lot of people, you would not the average person would not understand how many people or streamers have social anxiety. I have social anxiety. You would not get me in front of 15 people or 70 people or 500 people and talk in front of them. You would just not. That's not who I am. But I've been able to do it, as a VTuber. That's just not who I am. I would not be able to speak the way I speak now if it wasn't for me being a VTuber. And people just don't get it. People think, well, you know, if you can do it as a VTuber, that means you can do it as a regular person. And no, it's not. And that's, you know, that's why I've found that as a VTuber, you know, when I look at other people, look at, like, you know, other situations, like, you know, like Miki and Nico, and like, you know, several other VTubers I have come across, you know, and met in my, you know, and my short, just in my short time, and dealing with, you know, this side of the screen. You know, I've discovered that, you know, my heart is a lot bigger than I realized, and that I care about a lot of things that I didn't realize I really cared about, or that, you know, I found that were to be important. And that's why my heart goes out to a lot of people that have truly gone through some traumatic experiences. And people can say whatever they want about, you know, whether or not that's being played or not played or whatever. It doesn't change who I am. And it doesn't change the type of person I am. You know, Mori taught me that. Roboco taught me that. Another streamer named Alice taught me that. All three of them, at one point or another, reached out to me and gave me comfort when I needed it the most. And it's something I'm forever grateful for, you know? You know, and like, you know, like you asked me what I think about Luna. You know, I love Luna. You know, like I said, she's like a little emoto to me, even though she probably would hate that idea. Yeah. Picora, I watch her when I just want to laugh, because I you know, she's always so energetic. I you know, it makes me energetic and excited just to watch her, you know. I finally got to catch an Aqua stream when she was playing Apex, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this girl's incredible. You know, I was just awestruck by the way she played. You know, I love all of them, even the ones I may feel a little bit sore about, because I feel like they need an attitude change. But yeah, I mean, that's just who I am. I you know, unless a person gives me a reason to not like them as a person, you know, I always try to have a place for them, you know, even if it's just like, okay, you're off there in the corner type thing. I would rather have them off in the corner than just totally reject them completely, because I want to be able to give people that opportunity to be whoever they are, so I can see who they are. So, so that about you know, sums that stuff up. Meta, your mom has brain cancer. She's still alive and doing better, but still. My heart goes out to you. You know, I mean, cancer is something that, you know, it can go in remission, and then, you know, then it can show back up and just be completely aggressive, and you know, in a person's body. And you know, my mother was, you know, when she was told, she, you know, I think she had accepted it pretty quickly. But it's still rough because you see what happens to a person, and it's not pretty. There's a lot of fakeness and toxicity in the VTuber community, sadly. It is, it is something to be aware of. People do need to be aware of that there are people out there that, they do take do take advantage of people's generosity, a VTuber avatar can be a veil, just like it can be an extension of a person. I have met VTubers that are just completely horrible people deep down inside. They act sweet and innocent and ooh woo 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 on screen, to get the boys to give her their money. But as soon as that camera goes off, she's a complete, bee, and she wants nothing to do with you. There's one person that I know personally. She only has 2,000 people. Her stats show that she has 10, but she never fleshed out all the bot follows that were given to her during the bot raids that were going on in Twitch, and she used it to inflate her numbers, even though her numbers don't reflect her actual follow count. Anyways, but she acts like she's big time. You can't talk to me because I'm popular and people give me money type person. And it's like, one day that's gonna dry up. And it don't last forever, and what comes around goes around. And the girl ain't right in the head to begin with. And that's when I really started like re-educating myself and a lot of what mental illnesses are, and got myself back up to speed after being out of the mental health field for so long. And she was she's messed up. Will Smith used to be like my hero when I was a kid. Because I loved Fresh Prince of Bel-Air and stuff like that. And after he became an adult and his eccentricities started coming out, and I started seeing who he really, I realized he was a dick before the whole Chris Rock thing. I'm sorry, but and I think if anyone did not realize how big of one he was until that moment, they really had the blindfolds on, because he literally showed his true colors then. And that if Will Smith is the personification of anything, it is that a person can keep up a facade, but they can only keep up a facade for so long before their real self comes out. And Will Smith is an actor. That's what he trained at. That's what he educated as. That's what he went. That's who he was. He was a performer and an actor, and he crafted himself into that skill. um, and professional training and all that other stuff. But I mean, that's on a completely different level than what, say, people from Hololive get. I mean, you're talking Hollywood type training and acting versus, what they teach you in Tokyo, where they likely have to pay for their own lessons. I mean, that's kind of how it is. I imagine you dancing in a stage where you will not ever, ever, ever catch me dancing. Ever. No. No, 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 no. $400,000 views? That's pretty good. I I saw that and I'm like, yeah, it's about time. It's about time somebody smacked Chris Rock. It's about time Will Smith snapped, because at some point one of those things was going to happen. But having them both happen at the same time, um, what was just like, like Chris Rock said, that was the best moment in TV history. So, real quickly, while I'm thinking about it, so tomorrow, when I stream, it'll probably be a shorter one, but I do want to kind of go over what the plans are going ahead for the channel itself, what I feel, what I have in the pipeline, what plans are in place, what I kind of want to do, and what my intentions are going forward. So hopefully everyone can just kind of be on the same page. And then I plan on opening up the Discord either probably on Sunday. There's a couple of things that I do want to check to make sure that I have right, and I want to make sure I have just I want to double check to make sure that my modbot isn't throwing any more errors. And then once I have that all cleared up, then have at it, just behave. And then we'll talk about the Discord. We'll talk about the channel. What my ideas are. What kind of what I have planned ahead. What my schedule and what things look like for me, for my outlook going forward into April. Hopefully, if we don't have anything else happen, like some other wild variant of COVID going around, or some other big thing happen, hopefully spring and summer will be a little bit, baby. Spring and summer will be a little more peaceful, and be able to get back in the swing of things. I do kind of want to still have kind of like a news recap or segment type thing, and I'm not quite sure if I just want to do it kind of like as a like a clip stream, not a stream, but like a clip video type thing, unless it's something that really needs to be talked about, and have discussion about, and that kind of thing. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, baby. Almost done. Sorry, one of my cats came in. So. No. My model's legs don't move yet. So maybe once I get monetized, then I can afford a model that I can afford a model that has legs that move, and I can afford 3D 3D tracking and a virtual reality set. Yeah, I was kind of thinking that, it would depend on if it would, I mean, if there's stuff that's going on, like, that happened, like, within the last 24 hours that needs to be, recapped, do something like that. If not, do like a weekly recap type thing. It would really depend on how crazy, if there's anything noteworthy that needs to be talked about. I mean, if it's just about like, if Miki and Nico, had a Twitter fight with somebody, I mean, that would be like, like a 1 minute blip, that could be used as a short. But if it's something that, that major happened in Hololive, because of some incident, then, I would rather have it as a live stream so it could be covered and people could talk about it, and, that info could be shared, and we can kind of, do like what we did with Miki Nico and make sure that we separate fact from rumor and hearsay, until we know what is fact and what isn't fact, so we can keep those things straight. So what I would want to avoid with my channel is, me misrepresenting the truth, and then also, not, I don't want people coming away from here saying, well, I heard on his channel that, this might have happened, when we don't know whether it happened or not, or what the actual facts are. I'd rather them walk away and say, well, on his channel, I heard that the facts haven't been determined yet. I mean, that would be what I would want them to walk away with. We are not gonna do ring fit. That's for sure. No ring fit. If we do ring fit, it would be like, I would like maybe get done with the first course, and then I'd be like, all right, that's it. Time to sign off. I'm actually kind of excited for that Switch Sports that's coming out. I want to play that. I haven't gone bowling since, gosh, it's been like 5 years maybe. I wouldn't mind doing that. Heck, I wouldn't. If that has like, if Switch Sports has the if you're able to like do private lobbies where you can have like where you can do a viewer participation, and there are people like, hey, let's bowl together, or let's play this game together or something like that. Have like chat versus Marko type thing. I would love to do that. That would be fun. I mean, just like if we did like like a Mario Kart type thing or something like that. Just where we have our own private thing going on there, and I mean, I think that would be fun. I mean, I'm horrible like at Smash Brothers, but I mean, if we had enough people that were interested in playing Smash Brothers, I'd love to play Smash Brothers. I love to get my ass handed to me and then have everyone just laugh. I mean, Sana's saying one of Kirby's forms. What? I'll have to find the clip on that. Oh. So yeah, we'll talk about that all that stuff much more tomorrow. The last time I played Smash was when with Ankino before she caught COVID. That was probably about 4 weeks ago. I did horrible at it. I they kept asking me why I was jumping off the platform, and I'm like, was I? And then I watched the VOD, and I'm like, oh my god, that's why I kept on having like 0 knockouts, and like I had like 5 falls because I kept jumping off the platform. Yeah, Smash is pretty fun. I'm no good at it, but the only way you get good is to keep playing. So. Oh, that's fine. I don't expect people to be continuously. I don't expect people to be continuously on my stream, so I mean, my streams go long, so. Yeah, Pikachu. I am my mains are Samus and Kirby for Smash. Those are the only two I seem to have any luck with. All the rest of them I'm just terrible with. Hey, I have my entire playlist of Ring Fit for Hololive memes. And I've been trying to keep that updated. And if there's that new is it a fitness game, or is it just that sports Switch update that used to be on Wii? 'Cause I'm not sure which one is coming out. Because I know that the updated version of the Wii Sports that is now going to be Switch Sports is coming out pretty soon, and eventually you're going to be able to use the controller. You're going to be able to use the sensors and controllers to play soccer competitively, supposedly. Yeah, yes. Have a good night, Clark. Untamed, I didn't see you pop in. Hey, how's it going? Oreo, you're back. Okay, what the heck just happened? YouTube is acting extremely weird. I just like had I just dropped like 80% of my frames, and then all of a sudden I got like a burst that jumped back up. I went down to like zero. I went down to zero transmission, and now it's back to receiving at 6 megs. I mean, I'm broadcasting at 6 megabytes a second. So, and my upload speed goes up to 10 megs a second. So, yeah, YouTube is acting weird. So, I mean, like right now it's saying I have 0 viewers, but you guys are talking. So, I don't know. There's something weird going on. Now it's saying it's healthy again. Oh, YouTube's acting really weird. It started happening about like 10, 15 minutes ago. And then like it stopped, and now it happened again. Yeah, that's why, you know, like, well, you know, a few hours ago, I saw that I was dropping some frames, and so I switched data servers, and that seemed to fix it. And then like now all of a sudden it just like dropped like a rock. Yeah, it's YouTube being YouTube. Well, guys, if YouTube's going to be YouTube, I'm just going to go ahead and I'm just going, yeah, because it's acting up again. I'm just gonna go ahead and call it a night, and we can. YouTube is YouTube has me looking like my neck's completely broken, even though like on OBS I look just fine, so I don't know what's going on. Come on, you can do it, YouTube. Yeah, I'm gonna call it a night, and we can talk more tomorrow about stuff like that. Yeah, we can kind of talk about I'll go over like my library on what I was thinking about streaming, and I can kind of give you guys a heads up on what I was thinking. But then I also want you guys' opinion as well and input. That way, because I want to be able to play things I enjoy, but I also want to like not. I don't want to stream things I enjoy that you guys don't necessarily want to see. If there's something that's like you guys want to see and I am like able to play it, or stream it, or buy it or whatever, then then that's fine. Especially if it's something that's been on my radar. And if there's things that you guys say that I'm like, then we'll look to see about that compromise or try to find something else. But I want to have you guys' input on a lot of things. I want you guys' that we can talk about those things. What we could do. Try to like think about doing maybe going forward as a group and not as a group. That I can just play solo. Of course, there's things I would rather like do that are just kind of relaxing, and that way we can just kind of chat and chill, and talk about whatever's on our minds, that type of thing too. Not every stream has to be about things I want to talk about. We can definitely try doing, some things where we just kind of have like an open chat type thing. We just, chat about whatever. So, I mean, there's plenty of things that we could talk about, and plenty of things we can kind of brainstorm about. And then, especially once we have, I get the Discord open, and if we get enough interaction between people, and people talking about what they think are good ideas, and if people would be interested in seeing it, if we get enough consensus on those things, then we can try it. So but more in all, I just want to I just want to have some fun. We can have some fun. We can talk about serious things, but we can also have fun. And my channel doesn't always have to be serious. It doesn't always have to be about serious topics. And we can have fun too. We can have we could do our own meme reviews. We could do our own clip reviews type things. We could do stuff like that. It doesn't bother me. We can have those things. One of my ideas was like, hey, we can kind of do like what coefficient does, and hey, let's find like funny clips or memes of Hololive stuff, and let's see if we can get a laugh out of me, that kind of thing, or we could do dumb stuff like that, or we could try to have like a theme on those things, we could do stuff like that. It's fine with me. Anything you guys want to try, if there's enough people that want to try it, hey, let's do it. So yeah, so let's call it a night, guys, and yeah, we'll do the Yamashita shit review. How's that go? That goes together. I mean, I got that in my last name, so we can go, that fits. So, all right, guys, we'll talk tomorrow about that stuff. Just come with your ideas. Come with your come ready to kind of throw some stuff my way. Listen to my ideas while I listen to yours. We'll talk about it, and we'll go from there. Okay. So you guys have a great night. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today, or tonight, whatever the case may be. This is Marko Yamashita signing off. You guys take it easy. Peace.